Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to you all. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to some of the final days of Classic Era. Thank you for joining me today on the road to the Dark Portal. What is new? What is good, guys? Wayne, Gerald, Towin, Dante, Chaos, Mr. Blaster, welcome to the stream. Thank you all very much for joining me. Alright, so let's see. Cleaning up after yesterday's questing, we still have to go after 5 Dark Iron Slavers. After we finish that one, I think we can go into the Cauldron. We might be able to go into the Cauldron right now and just see what we can find as far as quest objectives down there. But let's go check the nearby tents. And we'll see. Yeah, I mean, similar to yesterday, everything is dead. Let's see if we can find a way down into the Cauldron safely. That doesn't look very safe. There's like an elevator or a lift or something somewhere that we can get down safely, but I wonder... Oh, here we go. That looked like an elevator to me. I have no idea if we're going to be able to do any of this stuff or not. But since I also have no idea where else we can do quests, we're going to try. We're going to try to do all this stuff. And we're going to hope that maybe we can get level 49 out of this zone. Like, I don't really understand why this is kind of stopping halfway. Oh, okay, I was on top of the elevator, not inside of the elevator. That's why nothing was lining up. Makes perfect sense. Now, did this put me anywhere that I want to be? Maybe? I need to get into the cavern system. And maybe I need to go down a little bit lower. Okay, this looks good. Oh my god, yeah, why don't you go ahead and just, you go ahead and run off. You can come back when you're good and ready to die. I am not going to chase you. It's too bad that I don't have any crippling poison. You are not the cave that I'm looking for? Level 48 Mechanistrider. Elite. And a non-elite gnome, a Trademaster Kovic. So we're not going that way. So maybe somewhere around here there might be an Overseer. Overseer Maltorius. He might not be in this area. I don't know how many levels there are of this place. He could be above us. He could be below us. He could be respawning. He could be hiding somewhere nearby. I have no idea. I'm just gonna carve through here. We're gonna kill some stuff. I'm gonna leave the workers alone. Because, you know, the workers didn't do anything wrong. And also the workers run really fast. So we're gonna not kill any of the workers. We're gonna kill everything else and see if we can complete any of our quests. Surprisingly, we don't have a quest for the elite. Well, here we go. Here's the Overseer. He's a level 50 elite. We definitely can't kill a level 50 elite, but we can sneak in and steal his plans while he's dead. So that's one quest done. We're not going to be able to kill him without help. We have an orc and a troll out here. They're not going to help us. So let's move on and let's explore this way. Somewhere down here there are Incendosaurs. I think the Incendosaurs are down below. But we'll see if we can get down there short of jumping down. I really don't want to do that. Okay. That let us back out. Let's go check down here. Dave, welcome to the stream, buddy. Do I take less fall damage? Yeah, I do. I just don't want to end up somewhere completely unknown with no clue how to ever get out, because my Hearthstone is set back in Feathermoon Stronghold. So if I have to Hearth out of here, we're in trouble. I think this is the way. Yeah, here we go. This will take us to the dinos. Assuming there are any left to kill, I'm sure the area is farmed out. Like every other area of Azeroth. I can't wait till everybody buys their $90 boost and they're able to use it, and then maybe I'll be able to quest again in peace once everybody has simply boosted all the characters they want. That'll be nice. To be able to tag a mob more frequently than every 2 minutes. Good times. This is Searing Gorge. Not to be confused with every other zone that looks like this. The Blasted Lands. The Badlands. This is very much a Dark Iron Dwarves sort of zone. Like, if you're interested in, like, what are the Dark Iron Dwarves doing? Well, everything they're doing, they seem to be doing in the Searing Gorge. There's actually a lot of quests here, but the problem is it doesn't matter because they don't give you a lot of XP. What matters is all the grinding you do here while you run in circles struggling to do all the quests. Yeah, Dave, that makes sense. I mean, I play for 4 or 5 hours a day, and in the level 40s, I don't feel like I get to make any progress. So I completely understand the feeling of somebody who needs to feel like they're getting a little bit more done with their time, because this has been tough. Yeah, we're getting about a level and a half a day, and a level a day is, well, it's a lot of time to spend getting one level. Carrie, good morning to you and welcome to the stream. I'm generally very happy with what I get done in the game on a given day, until about level 45. I've noticed that level 45 is kind of my cutoff for feeling like I got a sufficient amount of progress done for the time that I put in. Once I hit 45 in Classic Era, like that reward structure in my brain that says, good job, buddy, you did good today, that stops. And instead, the voice says, wow, you gained 1 level. What a great way to spend 5 hours, you chump. And then I have to work a lot harder at ignoring that voice. And that happens right around level 45, and it doesn't matter what class I'm playing. It's just that after level 45, you need so much XP to level that I can't help it. We did this journey most recently on a paladin, and to be quite frank, I don't remember a lot of that character. I basically did level 45 to 60, like I was chatting with you guys, but besides that, I was trying not to think about the game at all. I would either be staring at a pixel on my screen and slamming buttons, or I'd be talking to you guys, and I like blacked out the entire experience on that paladin from 45 to 60. I don't have any specific memories of anything that happened. I don't have any memories of doing things in specific zones. I don't know anything that happened. I remember Silithus. Like I woke up at the very end of the paladin leveling when we were in Silithus, and I was like, okay, you know, we're level 57. This is the time to bring it home. And like I gained consciousness for the last 2 levels, but from 45 to then, like I was blacked out. And I feel like the same thing is about to happen with this character. Like I'm trying to stay engaged and like mentally cognizant, but then again, I have 90 hours of gameplay before I hit level 58, so it's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to imagine staying mentally engaged for all that time. You can run a lot of dungeons, but what you really mean is you start running the same dungeon over and over and over and over. And if it wasn't doing the same dungeon over and over again, I would love that. Oh, I'd love to be able to sit in a queue and have like 3 or 4 possible dungeons pop up and just like spam those dungeons all day. Like that would be awesome, because then it'd be a new group every time. It'd be new players, a new experience. Are we going to have a goofball tank? Are we going to have a goofball healer? Are we going to have some goofball DP? Like there's chaos. And so the chaos like livens things up. But when it comes down to running ZF from level 45 to level 52, I don't want to do that. I need at least 3 or 4 dungeons to kind of vacillate from, and I can't do an hour of travel between each dungeon. I can't do an hour of travel and an hour of putting the group together every time I go to do a run and convince myself that that's the way that I ought to be playing the game. It's just impossible. To farm dungeons, I would need an automated LFG. Automated LFG, and I would need a couple more options. Like, there'd have to be more for me to do than just ZF. It's the grind. It is what it is. Unfortunately, it gets a lot better once TBC hits. Because then the 40 to 60 XP is reduced by like 30 or 40% overall. I wonder if there are like exact numbers on how much it gets reduced. Overall, it's down 20%, but I bet a lot of that happens from level 40 to 60. Increased quest rewards. Quest from level 30 onwards give more XP, so they reduce the amount needed to level, and every quest above level 30 is just giving more XP in TBC. The elite quests were made non-elite. We get mounts at 30 instead of 40. Yeah, a lot of positive leveling changes happened in TBC. It's kind of painful in a way to be doing this grind with TBC pre-patch like days away, knowing that every moment after 30 is going to be so much smoother after the pre-patch than it is right now. It's just like overall, it's been a kind of a struggle. I wonder how many people are kind of in that same boat, where they have characters in the 30s or 40s or maybe even the 50s, and like they're sitting here thinking like, should I just wait to pre-patch? But not, apparently there's not a lot of people with that thought, because if there were a lot of people with that thought, then we wouldn't be seeing all these people and all of these questing areas wouldn't be farmed out. Like, you know, I must be the only person with that thought that says, gee, wouldn't this be just a better experience if I waited till after pre-patch to finish this? It just must be me. Will doing raids get me more XP? Like, how would I do a raid? You mean like dungeon grinding? I can't do any raids. But you know, I mean, I could dungeon grind and I could drive myself completely mad. We can do Zul'Farrak 57 times in a row, which is what a lot of people do. But I don't really want to do that. I don't really like running the same dungeon over and over again. The only thing that will get me more XP is just continuing to do what I'm doing. I either have to A, continue the grind, or I have to B, hang it up and go play an alt until pre-patch hits. Like, those are my choices. Like, there's no easy way out of it. I'm 48. I have to get to level 58. I have to get 10 more levels, and there's no easy way to get 10 levels. I either have to just subject myself to the grind, or I can take a break from the character, I can let them get rested, and I can play an alt for a few days. And then I could come back to the character after the pre-patch hits, and then things will be 20% smoother after that. I could do that. Those are my options. That's 20 out of 20, but I kind of like the Incendosaur grind. I'm gonna keep killing these guys for a little bit. It's not like I have anything better to do. The only other quest we can actually do solo right now is this one here. We gotta get a few more slavers. We can find those guys back topside. So I'm not gonna rush off. Let's see if we can keep finding mobs here, then we can grind here for a bit. It's not like there are any better areas to grind mobs. The respawn rate down here seems to be pretty good, at least. This one respawned so fast that I didn't even notice, and I walked right into him. David, good morning to you and welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us today. It's really hard to walk away from this respawn rate. Because I know I'm not going to find this kind of solitude and this kind of respawn rate basically anywhere else right now. I would like to find this somewhere more scenic. You know, somewhere with trees and grass and sky. That would be cool. But so far we have not. Are these dinosaurs tameable? Oh, I don't know. Let's see. I think they're beasts. They might be. That would be a pretty cool pet. If they're beasts, then I'd have to say yeah. Have I reached level 60 on a hardcore tune yet? LOL. No. And if I never do, that's perfectly alright with me. I'll be satisfied for reaching 60 on a non-hardcore tune. Well, that'll make me happy enough for the moment. Alright. Unfortunately, my desire to be in this cave has come to an end. And it's now time to find a way out. We'll kill on our way out, but yeah, I have to get topside. We're gonna turn all this stuff in, and then we're gonna go somewhere else. Not sure where, but somewhere with a sky would be a good start. A good grinding spot though. If you can tolerate being down here for a very long time, which I think most people could, this is a great grinding spot. The respawn rate is incredibly high. There are players down here trying to get the quest done, but it doesn't seem like anybody hangs out for very long. And it's a big enough area that you can really spread out anyway. We need to find like the top side equivalent of this area. I just don't think it exists. Oh, you know what we can do that maybe will help a little bit? Let's change the music. Maybe if I change the music, I can get 49 down here. Lael, welcome to the stream, buddy. Thanks for joining us today. Robert, good morning to you. Thank you so much for the 28 months of support. That is huge, and I really appreciate you being here. Thanks so much. And 5 gifted memberships. Robert, that's very generous of you, man. Thank you for that. Welcome to the 5 new people. I appreciate you guys hanging out with us as we chill and listen to some Dunmorrow music and slaughter lizards. Thanks so much for being here. I should check when we can do Fellwood. I feel like some of the stuff in Fellwood is like level 48 or 49. Let's see. Yeah, well, not quite. Level 48, but then it jumps to level 51. So unless we want to go grind on the Timber Maw, we really want to wait until we're at least level 50. But soon we'll be able to go here. And maybe we can even go here before we go into Ungoro Crater. Just for a little bit. All professions at 300 is very diligent. I will be lucky if my character is level 58 anytime soon. But what else is new, you know? On top of that, I'm probably going to drop skinning and leatherworking completely in favor of herbalism alchemy. Maybe, someday. Someday when I have time or feel like I have time to care. Yeah, but the only thing that you're going to make a lot of money selling is always going to be flasks, elixirs, potions, or gems. Like, those are things that everybody's going to want, everybody's going to need. So I think I'm going to have I want to have a jewel crafter and I want to have an alchemist. And everyone will always need those things, and if I can just find time, I could potentially make lots of money, but... Well, either way, before I think about professions again, I just need to focus on getting level 58. When I hit level 58, then I'll actually dedicate some thought to what I want to do with professions, if I want to bother with them on this character at all. But right now, like, every single ounce of my focus just has to be this level. Getting this next level. I can't really think about the future at this point, or what I may or may not do, because I'm at a point where every level is like 4 or 5 hours. Robert, you know the day that you started playing? Wow, that's impressive. Yeah, I don't even know the day, or the month, or the week. I barely know what year it was. It was 2005. Yeah. It was like early 2005. That's all I know. I feel like it was probably winter, but I don't know what day. All of this grinding is making me thirsty, chat. I've been just devouring my coffee. I'm out of coffee. I'm out of coffee, and I'm not exactly in a safe spot to go get more coffee. And so, you know, we're gonna have to get out of the cave soon, I guess is what I'm saying. I'm gonna try to get this last bubble of XP. If I can ding 49 down here, I'll feel like, you know, this was a valid use of our time. And then we can get out of here. We can take a flight. We can probably just hearth back to Feathermoon Stronghold. I think we're gonna go to Feralis, or maybe Tanaris. We might have some stuff to do in Tanaris. Yeah, we can do this. I think we're at a good level. If we hit 49, we can go after the Laden Dew Gland, and we can go into Thistle Shrub Valley, and we can do that kill quest. And depending on how many people are in that area, we might spend like a couple hours running in circles. We might get really lucky. But yeah, I think that's our next bet. So after we're done here, we'll turn these in, and then we'll hearth back to Kalimdor. And at some point in all that, I have to recaffeinate. What are my thoughts on Turtle WoW? Nothing I care enough to voice. I'd rather just keep listening to music and killing lizards. Lizard Towel, thanks for joining us live and hanging out. I appreciate that. it seems like our grinding spot is becoming less and less desirable with every moment that passes. Lots and lots of players here now. Lots and lots of dead lizard bodies. But we're close. We're very nearly at our goal, so if we can get like 7 or 8 more kills, maybe that's all it'll take to get 49. Would they respawn if somebody skinned them? Would they respawn faster? Maybe. I don't think so, but maybe. But they're already respawning so quickly that I doubt it has anything to do with it. Maybe we should start looking for the way out. And maybe we can kill some stuff along the way. Ashley, welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us today. Karen, good evening to you. I'm hoping there's some kind of way for us to climb up and out of the crater. That's what I'm hoping for. That could be a completely wrong assumption that there'd be any easy way out of here. But I think I see a trail somewhere straight ahead of us. Yeah, that looks like a way out. There we go. That being said, I need a couple more slavers. I really needed that one to stay sapped. I didn't expect to have to fight all of them. Okay, let's just do it that way. Hey, that works for me. I will take the hint. That's fine. I'm ready to leave this place. Yeah, I don't think I want to spend any more time here today. I am all done with the Searing Gorge.
You got my attention. Good.
There we go. That's 49. That's good enough.
Off with you. Watch your back.
Cool, cool. All right, let's hearth out of here. And I gotta refill my coffee, and I got a bio, so I will be right back. All right, we are back. What do I prefer for pre-patch, Draenei or Blood Elf? I wish I was gonna have time to play either. I wish I could play Blood Elf. Unfortunately, my guild is Alliance. And I don't think I have the sway to convince everybody to make a full Blood Elf guild. So, yeah, I mean, in my heart of hearts, I would always choose Blood Elf. But if I get to spend any time on one of the new races during pre-patch, I am going to have to go Draenei, and that's okay. Draenei are good too. They're just not as good as Blood Elves. That's all. Let's head over to Tanaris. And if we're headed to Tanaris, we may as well queue up for some Zul'Farrak. Because how else are we going to get levels at this point? Oh my god. How is it that it takes 5 hours to gain a level and somehow I have an unspent talent point? You'd think at this point that'd be impossible. You'd think with how long it takes to level, I would at some point have already spent this point, but I didn't. We are going into improved slice and dice. That's hilarious. I will be, you know, I will be level 65 and I'll still be forgetting to spend my talent points. It's gonna happen. Apparently I have a quest turn it. What is that? What was that quest? Thalinar delivery. 2800 XP. Yeah, that'd be nice. It's not a ton of XP, but it's a bit. I wonder if that chains into anything else. Or if it's just like a breadcrumb or the end of a chain. I think I also have a quest that goes back to Darnassus. That's 1,000 needles. That must be Shimmering Flats. Oh, that's convenient. Look at that. What do we got? So we got a hunter, we got a priest, we got a warrior. Very nice. It was the end of the chain where we freed the elf that was in the stone in the, in the Silithid area. Okay. So we'll turn it in eventually. I love 5-mans. I just wish we had more to do with this level range than ZF. But it's really the only thing we have. It's the only thing anybody will run. And that's unfortunate. And I've run it so many times in my life. but especially recently, that I can really only stand to run ZF like twice a day. I feel like 2 runs separated by a little bit of questing is as much as I can do. Although I know some people just grind it religiously during this level bracket until like level 52. And then they start grinding some other dungeon. I can't make it to 58 that way. Drive me bonkers. More bonkers than I already am. Yeah, BRD from 55 till 60. I mean, any more you would just do it until 58, but even 55 to 58 right now. Oh, so, you know, just 30 hours of grinding BRD, no big deal. Who doesn't want to grind BRD for 30 hours? I don't. I can't wait till the leveling changes with TBC. The leveling characters after this is going to be just a lot better of an experience once we hit level 45. It's going to be like a night and day difference.
Talk to me.
I remember leveling my Tauren Warrior, Ramblehoof, in TBC era, like prior to Wrath coming out, and like that leveling series, leveling that warrior, like it felt so good. It was by far like the best leveling experience that I've had in Classic so far, was playing that warrior in TBC era. And then like right into Outland. It just felt good, like the whole experience was good. Trinket removes 1 bleed effect. I will never remember to use that, but okay. I'll pull it out here to the bar just in case. Yeah, quests don't give enough XP, and it takes too much XP to level, and TBC fixes that. Should I hold on to these scales, or you know what? Why? You know, who cares? Let's just sell them. TBC fixes that stuff. You know, it's less XP to level, and the quests give more XP, and it just fixes it. You know, it's not a huge tweak. It's like 30%, but it solves the problem. All right, that's pretty good. I think we're good with that. I feel like we're also good to go ahead and put our Hearthstone here. We don't really need the Hearthstone over in Feralus anymore, I don't think. Doesn't really seem to serve a purpose. So let's do that. And now we can go. Yeah, there's a 24-hour maintenance starting on Monday? Monday at 3 p.m. Pacific time. 3 p.m. Blizzard time. It says there's going to be a 24-hour maintenance. And then after the maintenance, when things come back online, it'll be Tuesday, and then we'll be in TBC pre-patch. But yeah, apparently the servers are going to be down for 24 hours. Between 3 p.m. Blizzard time on the 12th, and then coming back up at 3 p.m. Blizzard time on the 13th. 3 p.m. Blizzard time for me is 6 p.m. in the evening, which for most people in the EU is like midnight, so it's technically the next day. I'll probably get on Tuesday night, you know, for launch night. We probably won't make a lot of progress, but I will play for a few hours on launch night and we'll hang out. But we probably won't get a lot done till the next day. It's typically how it goes. We typically just hang out, we get a little bit done, and then we call it a night. Maybe we'll go through the Dark Portal. We'll experience the lag fest. We'll get ourselves to the main hub. We'll grab all the quests. Maybe run around for a bit, but then maybe we'll try to start a Draenei on opening night. Since a lot of people are probably just going to boost their Draenei, maybe leveling a Draenei opening night and spending some time doing that's like the way to go. After we see the Dark Portal and after we walk through with everybody, obviously. Like, we're going to do that first. Alright, we got summons going up. Who are we summoning? Who is not here yet? We got the hunter out in Zoram Strand. That's somewhere in Ashenvale. Let's get him here. So with a warrior tank, we should plow through this pretty easily. Last time we had a warrior tank, we made short work of basically everything, so fingers crossed. We have no paladins in the group, which is a marked change. Usually we have at least one pally. Risen, welcome to the stream. Happy Friday, buddy. We finally get in, and the tank says 1 second. What about all the other seconds? Oh, there we go. In this case, it was literally just 1 second. The tank says, I'll stay in offense for damage, yes? You do you, bro. Damage sounds good to me. I don't think the fear was the right move there. I mean, I think the fear just got us into more trouble. But we'll see if we can clean this up. It doesn't seem like this is too much. It's just a little bit sloppy is all. Yeah, we are in another skip group. This is absolutely the case. Oh well, what are you gonna do? I won't pull anything. I mean, I marked skull on one of the groups I wanted to pull. Like, I put a skull up, seeing if the tank would take the bait, but I'll just let them pull, and we're just along for the ride, and if the ride doesn't have a lot of XP, well, I mean, that's par for the course for right now. Nothing that we're doing is worth a lot of XP right now. So, you know. He needs them. That's why he's doing it, because he has the quest. So if the tank has the quest, then we're definitely going to kill scarabs. But if you get into a group where the tank does not have the quest, then it's highly unlikely he will pull scarabs if he doesn't need them. Will he pop any zombie graves? I would say no. Unless maybe somebody prompts him to. But we've already skipped a lot of trash that it would have been quite natural to pull. And if he's skipping natural trash, then he's definitely going to skip completely optional trash. They should put a quest in to kill 100 zombies. And make the quest worth like 7,000 XP. And then make it a repeatable quest that you can do like once a day. Or however many zombies are in the room, like on average, let's say there's 50. And then make the quest kill 50 zombies in ZF and have it be a daily. Wrath had some good dailies for dungeons. There was always the daily you could go do it for like whatever the top end currency was. You get a couple pieces of currency for doing whatever the daily heroic last boss was. That was always incentivizing. Like, you know, you knew for sure you wanted to get on and get your daily heroics done. It's an easy way to get people to log in every day that didn't involve clearing the map of World Quest for 4 hours or anything like that. Just jump on, you do your daily heroic, and then by then, you know, you're chatting in guild, somebody asks if you want to, and then, you know, by then you're having fun, you've played for a couple hours. Esme, welcome to the stream. Happy Friday to you. Thanks for joining us today. Hope you're doing well. A main hand mace. 32.2. 1113. We don't use maces, but it's interesting. That is a big mace. Okay, let's greed on that. Let's also re-up our poisons.
Sands consume you.
I rolled a 100 for this silly chest. What a roll. Someone had already looted it because all I got was silk cloth. I got silk cloth because somebody else must have already stuck their head in there. There should have at least been a crappy green in there. Ugh. Yeah, someone took the green. For sure they did. For sure. It was probably the person who rolled 92. You know, they probably rolled a 92 and they thought like, well, you know, 92 is pretty high. I ought to just loot it. And they probably just looted it without seeing my roll. Somebody definitely like pre-looted. It could have been a blue. It was probably an epic. Right now their hands are sweaty. They're like super nervous and they have this epic in their bags that they know doesn't belong to them. Yeah, exactly. It might just be trash, but technically that was my trash to vendor as I see fit. It's okay though. I won't call them out. I don't know if you see it when someone loots a chest because it doesn't go onto the loot table. I think only stuff that you have to roll off on is gonna show up. Like if I look at the loot rolls, oh, let's see. I mean, maybe. Like, it is showing some greens on here that I don't remember. Yeah, like maybe it was these greens, because I don't remember what happened here. No, these were, it says these were rolled for. Okay, yeah, if it was rolled for, it didn't come from a chest. I don't think this will show the chest. But it is a thing. Oh well. And if we look back in the log, yeah, there's nothing in the log with the chest loot either, except for what we looted out of the chest.
Executions begin.
Yeah, what did we get? We got a sturdy lockbox. It's literally locked. I don't think I can pick it. I don't think I have the requisite skill to pick. There's probably an epic in this, isn't there? Oh, that's so sad. I'm gonna hang on to this till the end of my days, and we may never know what's inside of it. But if I had to guess, I'd say an epic. There's probably Biss inside of it. Torture yourself thinking about the epic you can't get. No, I'm tossing it. You're right. I'm not going to do that to myself. We'll just toss it on the ground and be done with it. That way we never have to look at it again. You have to buy a book to get your fishing past 150 skill in Classic Era. You can either travel to Booty Bay and you can buy the book from the vendor there, or you can just find it on the auction house. Look for Expert Fishing. You're looking for the Expert Fishing book. You can get it on the auction house usually for like 1 or 2 gold. Or you could travel to Booty Bay and get it for like 1 or 2 gold. And he dropped the polearm, which I don't think anybody needs. I don't think anybody ever needs that, to be honest. Unless you're an arms warrior with nothing else. But it's kind of too fast. It would be good for a melee hunter if such a spec existed. I don't know if we've established whether or not anybody has the mallet in this group. I don't know. We are going to find out very soon.
These
Well, there we go. It finally dropped. Who else is gonna need on this? The hunter will probably need on this. The warrior may or may not need on this. And we're gonna need on it. 8 strength. Oh, it doesn't have agility. For some reason I thought I had agility. It's 32 attack power and it's leather. 8 strength, 16 stam, 5 spirit, and 32 attack power. I have to roll on it. It's a lot of attack power. It's a lot of stamina. There we go. It's good for a shaman. Yeah, it would be good for an enhancement shaman for sure. I've taken it on a warrior before because the strength and attack power are actually really good. I bet if we look at the warrior's helmet, it sucks. And the Lycan mask probably would have been an upgrade, at least for his DPS set. But I will happily equip it. Yeah, just the 32 attack power alone. Exactly. 32 straight attack power is huge for us. Here we go. Does any have the mallet? Any have mallet? Question mark? My favorite thing is how, like, nothing is ever a real sentence, but my brain interprets a real sentence anyway. Any have mallet? Question mark. I have this thing that I can't read. It summons a screecher spirit from a corpse. Wrong thing. That's not the mallet. That's like so far away from being the mallet that it's kind of astonishing. But that's cool. Hey, you have a quest item. Good job. So no, it doesn't seem like anybody has the mallet. Some people are confused about what a mallet is. So that's where we're at. So let's see if we're going to keep pulling stuff. I'm fine just clearing this whole area out for the kill XP. And then there's the Hydromancer that some people need for that quest. Hydromancer Velaratha. So maybe we'll at least clear over to her. And then we can hearth out of here because we set the Hearthstone back in Gadgekstan. Actually, we have 3 minutes, so as long as it takes longer than 3 minutes. I don't really know why we're going this way, but that's fine. Whichever way is fine with me. I wonder if in TBC, does one still need the mallet to summon this guy? Or has that perhaps been changed? I know it gets changed at some point, so all you have to do is click on the thing. But I don't know if maybe they didn't change that until Cataclysm? Yeah, at some point you don't need the mallet anymore. Yeah, it's the quest line is a pain to do, and a lot of people don't do it because you're not often questing out in that area, especially as Alliance side. You don't do a lot in the hinterlands anyway. And the quest takes place in the hinterlands. And it's an elite quest line. And I'm pretty sure it's elite in the way that it's not like you get a couple of people together and go do it. I think you need a 5-man group with like a healer and a tank. Because I think you have to go into the Jinthalor pyramid and it's all elites. Like groups of elites. But I don't know. I think I did it once 19 years ago. For some reason we're following this NPC. I don't really know why. But I will stick with this group as long as they want to kill stuff. And when they're done killing stuff, we'll get out of here. I don't know if I would have necessarily went in on all that stuff. But, you know, who am I? Just the DPS. That guy's gonna pull more ads, like, for sure. I can't chase him into that camp. Maybe I can kill that guy. There we go. Yeah, that guy definitely brought some ads back. Just as I thought he would. Unfortunately, they seem keen on attacking me. Alright, I got a Hex. That'll help me out a lot. Or at least it'll stop me from getting hit for a minute. Let's see if we can kill this guy. We got more ads incoming. Another runner pulled some more ads to the party. I'm gonna try to go after the ones that are lower on HP. We lost the tank. The tank is dead. We could vanish out of this if we're not gonna... Oh, we lost somebody else. Okay, the Warlock. Somebody popped a fear. I guess that must have been the priest, actually. Since the Warlock is no longer with us. Oh, we're backing into more guys out here because now we're panicking. Alright, we're about to lose the healer. And I am gonna vanish. I'm gonna come over here, and I am gonna hearth out. There we go. Okay. I wish them all the best. I really do. All right. So now what? Now we can head down into this area here and we can go after the thistle shrubs. One of them whispered me and said, the dungeon's not finished, haha. No one has the mallet. The dungeon is finished, haha. Especially after we just wiped on trash because the tank is chasing an NPC and desperately trying to protect an NPC that doesn't need to be protected. I'd say in that situation, the dungeon is done. Yeah, I feel like that's accurate. And you know, I would have killed trash until the trash was gone, but I'm not gonna run back from a wipe to kill trash. If all the bosses are dead, then, you know, a wipe is as good a time as any to be done. Is training past 150 similar for first aid and for cooking as it is for fishing? Yes, it is. Yeah, you can either go to the places where you can buy the books. The cooking book is in Ashenvale, southern Ashenvale. And the first aid book is in Stromgard Keep. But you can just buy them off the auction house. Same way as fishing. And the markup, it's a little bit of a markup, but it costs about the same whether you buy them on the auction house or you go to the vendor and buy them. Auction house is more convenient. Yeah, same thing. You're looking for expert first aid and expert cooking. Alright, so we are killing everything in the area basically, and we're also looking for a laden dew gland off one of the dew collectors. Sometimes you kill 1 billion of them and it never drops, sometimes it drops off the first one. We'll see how it goes. First we have to find enemies that are alive. Oh, if you think leveling takes long getting to 40, it takes as much time getting from 40 to 60 as it does getting 1 to 40. So at level 40, hours-wise, you're about halfway there. You're about halfway there. Mm-hmm. Don't say that. What I will say that might be encouraging is on January 13th, if you're on the Classic Era Anniversary Realms, we're going to go into TBC Era. In TBC Era, they squish the amount of XP you need to level to 60. So, as of January 13, it'll get easier to get a character to 60. But right now, it's still, you know, you're looking at 100 more hours. Not 100, maybe like 80 more hours. Am I saying don't play anymore until January 13th? Not really. But I wouldn't blame somebody for benching their high-level character right now and waiting until all the changes come with TBC pre-patch. I would say right now is a good time to level up an alt. Like pre-level 20. Anything pre-level 20 is good. But it's a rough time to be pushing a higher level character, in my opinion. Just because we know changes are coming, but they're not in yet. But then again, a lot of people are holding off on their alts until the Draenei and the Blood Elves are in the game. And they're coming into the game on the 13th as well. And that's kind of the boat I'm in. Like, I would make an alt, except I really want to play a Blood Elf or a Draenei. So I'm not creating any other characters until then. So here we are, level 49. I have two moms. Thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate it. John Rex, welcome to the stream, buddy. Hope you're doing well today. What's the most important change from Classic to TBC? Oh, I think that's a tough one. Depends on what you mean by important. You know, if we're just talking about pre-patch, then probably having the Blood Elves and Draenei. But I think like overall health of the game, we're probably talking about like changes to leveling, making leveling a little bit smoother. They fleshed out some of the zones that didn't have a ton of quests, like Dustswallow Marsh has more quests, Swampasaros has some more quests, I think the Blasted Lands got some more quests. But yeah, basically everything. Basically all of the system changes. My poisons are off. Yeah, my poisons have probably been off for a minute, huh? Yeah, for leveling, just the squish of all the numbers. Less XP to level, more XP from quest after level 30. A lot of really good leveling changes happen in TBC. That's why I often say that TBC is like the best version of Classic, because it still has a really like big feeling journey, but you don't get bogged down as much from 40 to 60. 40 to 60 doesn't feel like a slog. So far, this place has not been as farmed out as I worried it would be. Doesn't mean we're gonna get the dew gland anytime soon, but it's promising. It's promising that we can even find mobs to kill. Hey, there we go. That happened really fast. We got that done before we finished the kill quest, and that never happens. And now we just need a few more root shapers and some gnarled thistle shrubs, and we will be good to go. Although I don't know exactly where we go next, let's say we finish this one up. I am not sure where we want to quest next. There's some level 50 stuff in the Blasted Lands, and I think a lot of the mobs for those quests are not quite level 50. So we could head to the Blasted Lands, we could do that. And besides those quests in the Blasted Lands, you know, we have the level 48 quest in Felwood. That's really all I can think of. I'm having a hard time thinking of, oh well, maybe the Burning Steps, although the Burning Steps I think was a bit of a higher level. So I don't know. I think we are straight up running out of stuff to do. If we hit level 51, we can go into Ungoro Crater, and then we'll be good in Ungoro for a few levels. But we gotta get to level 51 before we entertain that notion. Have I thought about Maradon? Not in the sense that I've thought about doing it. Sometimes I think about how I don't want to do it, or how nobody does it. No, I don't plan to do Mara. Nobody really does Mara, and on the off chance you get a Mara run together, nobody knows where to go. You end up doing an unsatisfying amount of Mara, and then the run just kind of falls apart. The last time I did a full Mara run, it took me over 3 hours. It was like a raid night. Yeah, the last time I did Maradon, it was like 3 hours. It was the length of time that it takes to do a raid. And that's what it takes if you want to clear all of it. Back in the day, people used to be better about doing like one side or the other, dictated by what color the walls were near the instance portals. But that seems to be knowledge that people have lost. Like, nobody knows those routes anymore, so people just kind of go in, and if you even make it to an instance portal, you're just going to kill an unsatisfying amount of bosses. No one's going to know what to do next, and then eventually the group will fall apart. And these days, I don't think many people even bother doing it. It's way out of the way, especially for Alliance. It's way out of the way. And everyone knows it's a huge pain in the butt. Yeah, orange and purple. Well, nobody knows what that means anymore. It's not, one does not simply just do an orange or purple run anymore. Because that would require someone to know the routes. I've been in groups where it's been almost impossible to even have people find the instance portals. To even get into the actual instance proper. How many mobs can I hit and not actually get the tag on them? That's 2 so far. I'm on a one-way trip to 58 and the Dark Portal, where green is the new purple, so I don't care about gear on this character. I feel like I have the exact gear I need to get myself to 58, and I think I might have one more sword upgrade that I'm gonna grab on the way, but besides that, like, I'm going straight to the Dark Portal, and I'm gonna throw this garbage gear on the ground at that point and replace it all with greens. And it's gonna feel good too. And then once we're in Outland, then I'll start caring about weapons. Then I'll start caring about loot. But I'm not going to care about weapons and loot until I'm in Outland. We can boost Blood Elves and Draenei now too? Yep, yes we can. Well, not we, because I am not going to buy a boost because I can't spend $90 on a boost. But yes, people who can spend the $90 on a boost can boost their Draenei or their Blood Elves. Which is, you know, it's a good way to make money. And we all know that money is good because we all know that money buys things. And we all know that we need to have things. So, there we go.
Money, friend! Keep it real! Glad I could help!
Interesting. Pleasure doing business with ya. Be careful out there.
Yo! Hurry back! Keep it real!
Alright, let's see, before we leave the continent, we've got a couple of outstanding quests to turn in. One of them is up in the Shimmering Flats, and the other is at the outpost in Fairless. So I'm gonna do some quick traveling, and then we'll head to Theramore, and we'll get ourselves back to the Eastern Kingdoms. I think the next place we're gonna be able to work on any questing is probably gonna be Blasted Lands. And try to get over to Blasted Lands and check out the level of the mobs over that way. There's some pretty good grindy quests there from what I recall. I also recall the place being just full of players, so we'll see how the population is. Eags, welcome to the stream, buddy. Happy Friday to you. Lisa, welcome to the stream and thanks for joining us. Camo Koneski, thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate that. It's very generous of you. Thanks for being here and hanging out with us today.
Till next we meet. Goddess, watch over you.
And yeah, I hold to what I said. I don't have any memories from 45 to 57. I woke up somewhere in Silithus. And now that character sits on Mankrik. She just sits on Mankrik. She's got like 1100 gold. And she's a character that I'll probably never play again. I might log into her sometimes. Just to remember the pally that we got to 60. We got that pally to 60 like 2 weeks before the anniversary rums were announced. Level to 60, and then 2 weeks later they're like, hey, fresh start realms coming soon, and I was like, oh yay, fresh start realms. Oh look, we get to start back in classic era again. I was really hoping when they started talking about the anniversary realms they were going to put them right into TBC because we had just leveled up that character in classic era. And that's probably why it's taken me so long to cap a character. It's why I waited till TBC was imminent to bother capping a character in classic again, because I had just done it. We had somehow just done it. And then they're like, hey, fresh start servers. She retired to Stormwind. Exactly. Works Monday, Wednesday, Friday as a paladin trainer. That would be a good gig, yeah. She's retired. Yeah, it's sad.
Well met.
All right, for now, let's head right here. We have a little quest to turn in for a little bit of XP. And after that, we'll go to Theramore and we'll get out of here. I mean, I'm sure they're happy. They're happy. They're rested. I just wonder, like, I think back and I'm like, what compelled me to level that character to 60? What was my goal? I didn't have a goal. My goal was literally just level the character to 60. Because I've never enjoyed raiding in Classic Era. So it's not like I had, like, really, really big plans to do some 40-man raiding. I might have entertained the idea. But I had no guild. I had no concrete plans. I guess I just had nothing better to do. I could have been playing Season of Discovery that whole time. But we weren't. But then again, if I had played Season of Discovery, you know, my Assad characters all ended up in the same place. They are characters, you know, a couple of them are sitting at cap, and I will never log into them again. So, same story, different set of servers. One day, if we're really, really lucky, we'll all have Wrath characters on the anniversary realms, and we'll never log into them. Because presumably, we'll be playing Classic Plus. If we're lucky. If we're not lucky, we'll be playing Cataclysm Anniversary. Is it not possible to have a character move from one realm to my current realm? No. No, you can't move a classic era character over to the anniversary realms. It's not possible, unfortunately.
What brings you here? A shelter.
That's a gruesome thought. Kata anniversary. Kata anniversary is probably the worst outcome I could possibly imagine for classic WoW. Well, the best outcome is that we get through Wrath of the Lich King anniversary and we're staring right at the launch of Classic Plus. I'm hoping we hear about Classic Plus at the next BlizzCon. We should hear about Classic Plus, and then they should also let people know what's going to happen to their Mist of Pandaria characters. Like, by then they should know if they're going to do Draenor Classic for those people, or what they're going to do. You want to play WoW, but Blizzard makes you not want to play? Then don't play. Or play. You could play or not play. Either way is fine. And then maybe someday, just don't let things have such a control of your emotions. Maybe just choose to engage in activities for the sake of the activity itself. And maybe that'll make a lot of choices easier. Maybe. Maybe not. Risen, thank you so much for the $20 super. That is very kind of you, and I really appreciate it. Blizzard let you down? Wow. Are they your parents? Is Blizzard your child? Is Blizzard anyone to you except a group of strangers who you don't know, who have changed many times across the decades, who have nothing at all to do with you? Who are they to let you down? Sorry, had to talk to my wife for a minute. She is going to pick up our son today so that I can keep streaming because she is awesome. Make it rain. I made it rain. It's absolute proof. Alright, we are heading to the boat. Yeah, Chuma, I don't have anything else to say about it. It's really childish to be let down by a corporation. If you're in a position where you can be let down by a corporation so much that it destroys your enjoyment of a game, then don't play the game. It's easy. You just don't play the game. But also you should like look a little bit and maybe think about whether your reasons for being upset or having negative feelings are even valid or even have anything to do with the game you want to play. But ultimately, I don't care. I just think it's funny. I think it's funny how people will gimp themselves and their own enjoyment because of their abstract judgments about other things. And how they will latch on to ideas that are not even their own idea And they'll latch onto these ideas and these things that have nothing at all to do with them, and they'll actually let that ruin their enjoyment of something. I think that's really funny. In a sick, sadistic sort of way, I think it's funny. Robert, you think their big announcement will be putting WoW on the Xbox? I don't know, man. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know if that's something on their radar or not. I don't know. And if it is on their radar, it's you know, it's a retail thing and therefore has very little to do with me. That's not really a big announcement in my mind. That's like a peripheral announcement. Your big announcements are always going to be your new games, your new expansions, like your re-releases. And then if you're going to bring a game out to a new platform, like that's a decently sized announcement, but that's not going to be your main announcement. If your main announcement for BlizzCon is that retail WoW is coming to Game Pass, no one gives a shit. No, the players don't care. The people who have Game Pass who will get to try WoW, like those people care. But the current players, they don't care about that. And so that's not your main announcement at a thing like BlizzCon. You know, that might be an announcement that happens. That would probably be better for an Xbox showcase. Like an Xbox show, an Xbox game show would be better for that announcement. And then not BlizzCon itself, I would think. But we'll see. Anything could happen, who knows. Eags with a $15 super chat, very generous. You guys are all very generous today. Eags, thank you so much, man. No, big oof. The cat made it. Why did the cat make it and I didn't make it? Do cats have a bigger jump? Maybe he pounced? Well, that's embarrassing. You ever step off a boat and just fall right into the water? Apparently it happens. I mean, progression WoW characters eventually going into retail makes sense. Once they're done with whatever they're going to do. I'm not convinced, like, they're probably going to run it all the way up until Legion at least. And then, sure, eventually maybe they will. But you know what they said back in the day? This is something they said when they put Classic out. When they first started to go into Classic, and they did Classic, and then we were going into TBC, they talked about how the Classic era servers and achievements would never merge with your retail account. This was to prevent people who were retail players from feeling like they had to go back in time to play they had to go play Classic to get achievements that they missed out on, so that one day those achievements could be merged into their current retail account. Blizzard said no, that will never happen. Your Classic progression characters will never merge onto your retail account. Your Classic progression achievements, mounts, pets, none of that stuff will ever make it onto your retail account. They said this. They said it back in like the beginning of Classic, because people had the worry who were completionists who played retail, but maybe they weren't around for Classic or TBC. They started playing in Kata. They thought, oh great, now I have to go play Classic so that one day all those achievements and mounts and characters and pets will merge onto my... And so no, they said they wouldn't do that. And so it doesn't mean that they won't do it. Maybe they'll still turn around and do it. But they have specifically said in the past that that would not happen. It makes sense for it to, from one standpoint, the standpoint of what happens to those characters, but the promise was made that you would not be compelled to go back and play Classic if you didn't want to, just to get those achievements, mounts, etc. So, you know, we'll see what they end up doing. All right, here is what we are going to do. What are we going to do? We need to get out into the Blasted Lands. So I am going to put us on a flight to Darkshire. And since I'm going to play for a little bit longer today than I normally would, thanks to my wife, I am going to take a quick break, get a little bit more coffee, and probably eat a quick snack. I will be back, and then we will continue. All right, we're back. Oh, look at that. I beat the flight timer back. That's impressive. I think the biggest difference, remixes are events that are intended to have the result of a max level retail character, and classic progression was never intended that way. And in fact, they said that they weren't going to. That's it. That's the end of that conversation. The remix is an event with the intention of ending the event with a max level retail character, and classic progression was never intended for that. That's the last bit that I have to say about that subject. Alright, let's get ourselves through the Swamp of Sorrows and into the Blasted Lands. You have a 17 Orc Warlock, you think it might be the character you play in TBC, you should delete it, just like you deleted that message, and you should roll a Blood Elf instead on the 13th. Because Blood Elf Warlock is greater than Orc Warlock. True story.
Hello.
Alright, so these are all level 50 quests, but I think a lot of the mobs are not quite level 50. So we're gonna grab everything, and then we're gonna run in circles and kill everything we see. And if we're lucky, we'll actually get some mobs. If we're not lucky, there will be a billion other players here doing the exact same quest. So we'll see. Already I see lots of players and haven't seen any living mobs yet. Level 46. Yeah, these guys are quite a bit lower than 50. It sucks that all the quests are marked as 50. Because if you come here like around 51 or 52, a lot of these mobs might be gray, which would be a bummer. Trolls get a lot of hate, mostly due to their feet design. They deserve every ounce of that hate. Because not being able to wear boots sucks. Do I enjoy Warlock? I don't usually. No, I usually don't. Every once in a while I do. We had a level 30 hardcore Warlock that I liked. But she died in Nomergon. Usually I don't really enjoy Warlock. I've tried a couple times in a couple different eras. Angie, welcome to the stream. It's going good. Thanks for asking, thanks for being here today. As a general rule, I tend to find pet classes less engaging than other classes. And I think it's just a reaction to the fact that the enemy is always kept really far away from you. So you're never really close up with the enemy, you don't get to see the attack animations. And I just feel like whether it's a hunter or a warlock, anything where I have a pet and the pet keeps the enemy away from me, I just feel less engaged with the class. And I think that's why over time I just find them boring. But that's basically just an aesthetics thing. And then on the class fantasy side, I've never really been able to get into the warlock fantasy. And a hunter is a hunter. Like, I can go hunt in real life. I don't need to play a fantasy game to hunt. And so, like, being a hunter in a fantasy game, I'm like, I'll just be something else. But I think it's mainly having the pet. I just don't like pet classes. It's purely an aesthetics thing. I don't like pet classes and I don't like shape-shifted forms. You can pickpocket in real life too? No. Not within the confines of our society and the expectations of that society. The expectation being that I won't just be a criminal. No, I cannot. But I could definitely go hunt legally. So, there's that. It's a little bit different. I get what you're trying to do, it just isn't really accurate. Oh dear god, this Hellboar is level 53. I don't know how many level 53 enemies I really want to fight. Because I don't really know if we can take a level 53 enemy. Let's pop every cooldown we have and see how it goes. Oh no. Oh god, we pulled an ad. Oh, we're dead. No, I couldn't get to my vanish button quickly enough. Oh, this is a good start. We've been here for 7 minutes and we already got killed. I guess we need to, there might be some areas we want to avoid. Level 53 mobs we definitely want to avoid if we can. And then apparently we got those random, the lost ones. Those guys wander around and they're casters. That really put the nail in the coffin. Steven says, you don't pickpocket in the game either? See, that's true as well. I, in fact, rarely ever pickpocket in the game. What are my plans for TBC? To play it. To play the crap out of it. Just to play it until it's totally played out. Well, that's basically my plan. Now what form that takes, we'll have to wait and see. Alright, so 51 is okay. I don't need these guys. I don't need Fell Beast. Whatever they are, I don't need them. Show chat the Dark Portal. Oh, we might check out the Dark Portal. I mean, it's in the zone with us. When does TBC drop? The pre-patch comes out on January 13th, so next week, and then the Dark Portal opens on February 5th. So very soon. Very soon for the pre-patch. Yeah, the Dark Portal's right down here. Currently closed. Under maintenance. Oh man, I have to get myself a stack of rune cloth. And next time I'm in town, I really have to remember to buy some rune cloth. I mean, the heavy mage weaver are okay, and in fact I need to make some more of these. Because we are blowing through them. This zone reminds you of Hellfire Peninsula? Yeah. Yeah, which kind of makes sense because it leads into Hellfire technically. The ground is similar but different. Obviously the biggest difference is the skybox. The skybox in Hellfire Peninsula is what makes the zone. And the skybox in Hellfire is really unique. But yeah, the terrain is similar, but once you get into Hellfire, you'll notice that it is actually different. It looks like it could be the same tile set until you compare them side by side. But it's similar-ish. My top tips for going into Burning Crusade. Oh, wow. Anything I would say would just be a matter of opinion. I would say leading up, don't push to level 60 before the Dark Portal opens. If you're leveling a character right now, stop at level 58. Wait for the portal to open, and then getting 58 to 60 is going to happen in like an hour once you get into Hellfire. Otherwise, it'll take you like 10 hours to do it in the vanilla content. So wait for the portal to open at level 58. Basically tidy up all of your business before walking through the Dark Portal. Drop all of your quests, empty your entire quest log out. Drop every old quest item that's lingering in your inventory. Everybody ends up with quest items in their inventory that they don't need anymore. Just purge your inventory, purge your quest log. And then don't worry about getting any decent gear before you go through the Dark Portal, because once you go through the Dark Portal, all the gear is going to be amazing. Yeah, don't try to get 60 before the pre-patch. You could make an argument for not even leveling at all right now. Just because the squish is going to be pretty big once TBC pre-patch drops. You can make an argument just to not play at all for the next few days. And that would probably be a better use of most people's time. But I would say definitely don't push past 58. Because that's gonna be like 15 or 20 hours. It's a lot of time. 58 to 60 in Classic Era takes a lot of time. And once you go to Hellfire Peninsula, you're gonna do 58 to 60 in like an hour and a half, if that. It could be like within the first hour. If you can do the intro quest, you'll get 60 in no time. It's a night and day difference. You will never run out of quests in the Burning Crusade. Once you are out of vanilla content, the days of running out of quests are over. You will never run out of quests again. There's like 125 quests in Hellfire Peninsula alone. You could get from 58 to 62 just in Hellfire Peninsula and then some. You are not going to use all of the zones in TBC to level through. You're going to level through 3 or 4 of the zones prior to hitting level 70. Usually people will do Hellfire Peninsula, then you'll do Zangarmarsh, and after Zangarmarsh you can do stuff in Terrakar. You can go to Nagrand, but if you do Hellfire, Zangarmarsh, Terrakar, and Nagrand, that will get you 70. That leaves Blade's Edge Mountains. That leaves the Nether area, the Nether Storm, or whatever it's called. The purple area nobody goes to because it's full of goblins. Yeah, and that's not even counting all the quests from dungeons and stuff like that. You're never gonna run out of quests leveling in TBC. Oh god, it's our buddy, the level 52 Hellbore. Is he gonna kill me again? It's very likely he can kill me again. If this guy over here aggroes, it's a rip. I'll have to vanish out of it. There we go, we lived. Oh, we almost lived. Okay, we're gonna vanish. I can't come over into this area. It's not worth it. There's not a lot over here I need, but there are very high level mobs. So maybe I just stop coming this way. That's kind of one of the biggest improvements that happens when TBC systems are in effect, is that the feeling that, oh, I'm running out of quest, that never happens again. That never happens again at any level bracket ever once the TBC changes are in place. You'll never have that feeling again. That feeling of, oh my god, I'm level 49, I can't find enough quests to do, like that only happens in vanilla era. It doesn't happen in any other era of the game, thankfully. And that's why TBC is a superior version of Classic. Yeah, Area 52, yeah. That whole area. There's a lot of lore there, I guess, regarding the ethereals. But you know, there's a goblin town, so that kind of ruins the vibe. Here we go. Welcome to our life. If Blizzard really wanted to make a lot of money selling boosts, they should have gone back to selling the Dark Portal Pass. The first time we had TBC Classic, they sold the Dark Portal Pass, and it was $40, and that's how you got your character boost. I think a lot more people would pay $40 for a boost than $90. If they really, really wanted to make that boost money. Risen, it just seems like that. I'm sure it just seems that way. Could be confirmation bias, you know, like it seems to always happen to us, and so we start to ascribe meaning where there is no meaning. That's what I tell myself. I tell myself it's probably random. It's probably not you guys coming to the zone where I'm at to kill the same mob. It's probably not that. I have to believe that it's just coincidence. And there's just so many people on right now. What's my favorite zone in TBC? Eversong Woods. If the question is what's my favorite zone in Outland, probably, I mean there's so many good ones. Probably Nagrand, Zangermarsh, Terrakar Forest. They're all good. Hellfire's great. It'd be easier, like my least favorite one is the purple area with the Goblin Town. That's really the only area that I don't care for. All of the other zones in Outland are great. Even Blade's Edge, even though there's often not a lot to do in Blade's Edge, it doesn't seem like you spend a lot of time there. But it's still a good zone. You really have to have flying to enjoy it. I really need one more zone of questing between here and Ungoro Crater. And like by a zone full of questing, I mean a zone where there's like about 10 or 12 quests that I can actually get done. If I had a zone with 10 or 12 quests that I could actually get done, then maybe I could get to a point where I could go into other zones. With these quests, I feel like we could run in circles for hours and hours and hours and never get them done. That's what it feels like. And it's hard to keep up a consistent kill rate when there's so many people in the zone killing everything. It would be nice now if we could find anything besides hyenas. That would be good. We need boars, we need basilisk, we need birds. Marie, welcome to the stream, and thanks for joining us today. You know, with these quests, so many of these items overlap that it's hard for me to know, like, what we need and what we're done with. Because we need the parts for multiple quests. Like, I think overall we're done with Snickerfang Jowls. We need 3 for one quest, we need 2 for another quest. So I think we're done with 5. Of the boars, we need 1 boar lung for this quest. We need 3 boar lungs for this quest. And we need 2 boar, so that's 3, 4, 5. So we need 6 boar lungs all together. Like, I have to do math to figure out if I'm gonna be done with these quests anytime soonish. But looking at it, probably not. The boar lungs seem like a very low chance to drop. When you're getting back into WoW, do you choose TBC or is that automatically? If you want to play TBC, you want to go on the classic anniversary realms. You're going to have a couple of choices. Some of it's going to be confusing. Firstly, you don't want to accidentally install Mob Classic. That's the first thing to avoid. Make sure you install Classic. When you select your server, you're going to look down at the bottom. There are going to be multiple tabs. You want to make sure you go for the anniversary realms. Those are the realms that are going to roll into TBC. If you end up on a Classic Era realm, Classic Era realms are not going to go into TBC, just the anniversary realms. Alright, if we want to do ZF, let's go grab this flight point, and then we can hearth back to Kazakhstan. Although, ooh, poison supplies are kind of low. 4, 5, 6, 7. Can we get through a dungeon with 8 poisons? I don't know. Maybe we gotta make a quick trip back to Stormwind City. And then we can re-up our poisons. We're pretty close to Stormwind. I don't think it's a very long flight. Either way, I think we have to go back and re-up our poison stuff, regardless of whether we do the dungeon or not, because we're starting to run pretty low. So now is as good a time as any to do that. Puts a group together and then asks, can someone do tank? Oh yeah, we'll just do tank. All of us queued up as DPS, but somebody, hey, who wants to do tank? No, nobody wants to do tank.
Light bless you.
I don't know why I don't have this quest completed. It says I have a completed quest here, but I don't see it. We're gonna have to figure that out later. Somebody leaves. Right away the warrior leaves. That's me. That was my life trying to be a DPS warrior. I would get invited to a group. Somebody would ask me if I could tank instead of DPS, and then I would leave. And then I got sick of that, and then I stuck on the rogue.
Be careful.
So it looks like we have a little bit of time while we find a tank. A pally, another pally tank. That'd be gross. No, I mean, I hope we get a warrior, or even a druid would be good. Druids are okay. Paladin tanks are awful at this level. That's probably why we're starting to have a hard time finding tanks. Because we're kind of at the level where the pally tanks are no longer cutting it. They're gonna have to wait till pre-patch hits in order to be competent tanks again. Shaman tank? Right, exactly. A shaman tank. Shaman tanking was okay in like the low level 30s. Much to my chagrin, it actually worked pretty well. And I felt like it was viable. We'll definitely have Shaman tanking in Classic Plus. That's for sure. We probably won't have rogue tanks. I don't think rogue tanks will make a reappearance. I don't think Warlock tanks will make a reappearance. But I think Shaman tanks will definitely be a Classic Plus option. Enhancement tank spec. Why not learn to tank and get into groups easily? Do you realize that some people simply don't want to tank? And if you're talking to me specifically, I know how to tank. I've tanked plenty. If you're talking to me specifically, if you're talking generally, understand not everybody wants to tank for a list of reasons. And if you think about it for even a split second, I'm sure you'll realize like some reasons why people might not feel comfortable tanking, or they just might not like it. I mean, enough said, right? Like, why not just learn to tank? Why not just uninstall the game and not play? Because that's not what you want to do. Make sense? Good. Because tanking blows. Because some people feel like Shane feels. And other people feel like me, where I feel like I've done it a lot. I've tanked a bunch. And I just don't want to anymore. You know, it's not about learning anything. Nice try, though. Yeah, I can get some rune cloth. Yeah, I should be good. I think mostly the group is in... They're all in Tanaris, I think, but we should have time to do what we have to do. They're probably wondering how I'm ever going to get there. I do need something. I need a ton of this. And I need a ton of these. And then I need a ton of this. Okay. We should be good. Geo, good evening to you, buddy. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us today. Why am I not just seeing the actual cloth? Why does the auction house front everything first, but then the actual cloth is what? It's hiding at the back of everything that starts with the word rune cloth, including it's hiding behind the bolts of rune cloth. It's hiding behind the heavy badge. It's hiding I can't. Okay, yeah, I can't do this right now. I'll have to come back to that when I have a little bit more time. I don't have time to click through 30 pages looking for the stacks of 20. They should probably start with just the rune cloth when you search that, and then everything else should be after that. Very, very strange how that sorted itself. If I want to go to do the dungeon, then I don't have time for that. I mean, that's exactly what I typed. Unless I need to add the quotations. Because I typed the word rune cloth, yeah. That's all I typed. I put a capital R. Maybe if I get rid of the capital R and I put quotations around it, you mean I need the quotes. Okay. Yeah, I never would have thought that I would have to put quotations around something. I don't know. I'll try it. It'll probably work. Just seems kind of silly to me. And before we really get going here, I have to bio. I will be right back. Okay, are we all here? 1, 2, 3, 4. Who are we missing? Alright, we're not the last people here anyway. We are still missing one of our 2 pallies. Do rogues have an AoE spell like Cleave? No, we don't really have a Cleave. We have a Blade Flurry, but that's on a 2-minute cooldown. So every 2 minutes we get a little bit of Cleave. But that's it. This is the only AoE button that we have in Classic. Is a 2-minute cooldown. Other than that, every single ounce of my damage is single target. Which gets rough. I don't know if that changes in TBC. Somebody told me we get Fan of Knives. I don't really think we get Fan of Knives until Wrath of the Lich King. I think that we get Blade Flurry on a shorter cooldown. Like maybe this is going to be a 30-second cooldown. Maybe it's something we can use every pull instead of like every 3 or 4 pulls. So that would help out a lot. But yeah, we don't have a lot of AoE. I could stand to have this on a 30-second cooldown, and then one other AoE button would be good. Whether it's like Fan of Knives or something else. Yeah, I think Fan of Knives was a Wrath of the Lich King era ability, but I don't really know. Ultimately, it doesn't matter. As long as our single target DPS is good, I don't really care what our AoE is like. As long as when we're fighting a boss, like our DPS numbers are okay on bosses, then I could live without the rest of it. I don't know why we're sharing that quest. I thought that was a Maradon quest. No, it's not. For some reason, I always thought Tierra of the Deep was a Maradon quest. It's a Zul'Farrak quest. Will I ever go to Dustwallow Marsh and run out to Tabitha and turn it in? Probably not. But that's good to know. I also think that even though they haven't talked about it a lot, there's a strong possibility they will tweak and adjust specs that are underperforming. So if anybody is like way overperforming or way underperforming, I think they're going to bring that in line. So, you know, the hope is that every spec is viable in some way. That's the dream. Well, we lost somebody. I don't know if that was our tank that we lost or if that was the healer that we lost, but we got a man down. We got a man down, and we have a group that is struggling to put out even the bare minimum of DPS. It's looking like we're going to be in for a long ZF run. Yeah, like, I don't know. The tank's not putting out any damage. Even the hunters are kind of not really doing a lot. It's kind of weird. Usually you see hunters and their DPS is much higher than that. We brought 2 hunters and they're both doing basically the exact same amount of DPS. And now I'm not sure what we're waiting for. Oh, the tank has to drink. Okay, we're waiting for the tank to drink. The reason why I think that they'll tweak specs and tweak classes more for TBC and take a more active hand is that I think they expect, and rightfully so, that more people will engage with endgame content in TBC. And for me, endgame content starts with heroics and like any heroic plus that they add. So I think just like it'll probably be worth them having a more hands-on approach, because I think a lot more people are going to do endgame stuff, and I think that they know that. Whereas like doing endgame stuff in vanilla is very niche. Not everyone can get into it, not everyone enjoys it, not everybody wants to do a 40-man raid. There's no heroic 5-man content. And so I think like it would be justified to make sure that every spec can kind of be competitive in an environment where a lot more people are going to start engaging with endgame. And I'm not talking about big changes. I'm not talking about even like class changes. I'm just talking about power tweaks, like buffing the attack damage on an ability, buffing the heal, buffing the aggro, that's all. Like nothing big. I'm not talking about like, you know, revamping any of the specs, just tweaking their power output enough so that some of those weaker specs feel like they can be viable. Steven, thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships. That is a lot of support. Very, very generous of you, and I really appreciate it. Welcome to the 10 new people. Thank you all for hanging out with us today as we grind our little hearts out in preparation for TBC pre-patch. Necromanty, welcome back. It's a good time to come back. TBC is peak, and everybody knows that, so now is the time. Am I gonna vanish out of this? I don't want to. I think we're okay. Things have gotten a little bit sloppy, a little bit out of control, but it looks like we're cleaning it up, sort of. Okay. We've still got a runner, and I feel like he's gonna pull some more ads. Oh, he got close. He got really close to pulling more ads. Alright, now we're good. Not really comfortable with how I ended up tanking most of that. How does Classic Era work? Does it eventually progress into TBC? The Anniversary Realms are progressing into TBC pre-patch on January 13th. Those are just the Anniversary Classic Realms. There are also Classic Era Realms, and those ones live in Classic Era forever. They have never moved on, they will never move on, and that's a separate tab in the server list. Because there will always be those people that just want to play in the 1 to 60 Classic Era. Yeah, but if you're interested in TBC and potentially even seeing Wrath of the Lich King again, then you want to play on the Anniversary Realms. And Blizzard does not do a good job of explaining this to people who are new to WoW or coming back to WoW. It's all very confusing. What do we have? We have a Lifeblood Amulet. 13 stamina and 5 spirits. I mean, technically that would be an upgrade for me as well. I'm not going to take it, because I don't care that much, but I don't really need strength, and I could use more stamina, and I could use more spirit. But we will let we'll let the hunter have it, because as we all know, every piece of gear is hunter gear, so there we go, another piece of hunter gear gone to a hunter. Well, there we go. We killed almost every single scarab, and I think only one person had the quest. And we have ads. That seemed really delayed. It's like for a minute they didn't aggro us, and then a minute later they were like, oh yeah, no, we're gonna aggro. That was weird.
Sands consume you.
Now with this group, I wouldn't mind skipping the graves. This group does not have the DPS to make me want to do all these graves. The tank is barely doing any DPS. One of the hunters is barely doing any DPS. I'd rather skip the graves this time. I feel like I'm doing a disproportionate amount of the damage. That's all. Yeah, let's just move this show along. I'm the only one doing damage. Yeah, I mean, I'm doing a disproportionate amount. Which is never good. I like it when there's at least one person who out DPSs me, or at least gets close to out DPSing me. And then I feel like things are a little bit more balanced. But yeah, I worry about this group's DPS. I should not be this far out in front of everybody for overall damage done. Like, overall damage done, I should not be that far out ahead. Is the pet bird doing anything? I think sometimes it is. I think sometimes the bird's doing something. Not all the time. Like, for instance, right now the bird's just hanging out. Like, he doesn't get it. He's used to soloing. And I bet when he's soloing, he lets the mobs attack him first, and then when the mob attacks him, the bird's in defensive, so the bird attacks. But now he's in a 5-man, he's not getting hit, and therefore the bird isn't doing anything. What I do is I macro my Hunter's Mark to my pet attack. And then every time I put up Hunter's Mark, which is on anything I want to shoot, my pet attacks. This hunter is not doing that. This hunter has done nothing to make sure he can send his pet. He needs to bind his pet attack to a button. And once it's on a button, he can just hit it. Like, if I don't want to bind it to my Hunter's Mark, then I'll just use tilde key. I'll use my tilde key as my pet attack. I'm gonna say something to him in party. There we go. I just said, hey, you need to bind your pet attack ability to a button so you can hit it so your pet attacks so that you're actually doing damage. It's worth it. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know what he's doing. He's just sitting back with his old reflexes, not having the pet go in at all, so I don't know. The pet bird's doing nothing, yeah. It's not. Let's see if he fixes it. I mean, you could click the little button. There we go. That's about all I can say to him.
Let the executions begin.
He didn't want to have his pet go in because he doesn't want his pet to pull aggro. This is a person that doesn't realize that their pet has abilities and that they can unclick the abilities like taunt to make sure their pet doesn't do them. And that's what I mean, like, Hunter is a trap for new players because Hunter is very appealing to new players. Everybody wants a pet to help them out, but in Classic era, Hunter is not as simple as that. To play a Hunter well in Classic, there are certain basic game mechanics that you have to understand. You have to understand your pet's abilities. You have to understand how to get your pet to attack. You have to understand how to turn off taunt. You have to understand how to train. I bet this person has never trained his pet in any of the subsequent ranks, like stamina, endurance, anything like that. He's probably never trained his pet at all. And, like, I don't know, it's kind of a trap for new players. I feel like by TBC, a lot of the micromanagement of the pet might be done, but you're still gonna have to know how to send your pet into attack. We'll see if he does anything different based on the feedback. Oh my god, we have an owl in the mix, guys. Holy shit. We gave feedback to somebody and they did something. Oh no, just the one time. No, I take it. He just the one time. Now the pet's back up top. Maybe he's fighting up top. I don't know. I give up. We tried to help him. Maybe he'll figure it out. Maybe he'll quit the game. Who knows? I don't know what else to say. Yeah, like it's very likely he's played a hunter in retail. Yeah, absolutely. Because then you could put him on assist. Assist is very useful. You put him on assist and then they attack whatever you attack. It makes it really easy. But in classic, there is no assist option. There's aggressive and defensive, and neither of those options are very good. And then there's also passive. But yeah, there's no assist option, which makes pet management a little bit harder. He's putting in some kind of effort, because every once in a while I see an owl, so it's better than nothing. This is Thunderstrike EU, one of the anniversary realms. Every time I get to this fight, I run out of my poison right as the fight starts. It's been like 2 fights in a row I've ran out of poison. Any tips on leveling? Right now, I would say don't level too much before the pre-patch comes out. Because on January 13, we get the TBC pre-patch. There's, you know, the levels get squished, quests give more experience, all of the elite quests become solo quests, a bunch of zones in the level 30s and 40s get quests added to them, like Dustwallow Marsh. I would say if you're leveling right now, don't level past level 25 prior to the pre-patch. And then once the pre-patch comes out, you're good to go. Once that happens, you're playing systems-wise, you're playing what I consider to be the best version of Classic.
What's on your mind? Great to meet you. How are you?
What's the best class for TBC? The best class for TBC is the class that you love pushing the buttons. Whatever class it is that you just love pushing the buttons that you can't get enough of. That's the best class for TBC. Or as David says, a dwarf priest. Either way. You can't go wrong with a priest, that's true. Look at that single target DPS go up. Look at that. Now that he actually has his pet attacking, look at his DPS. Like, look at the difference. Imagine playing with your full toolkit and then your DPS skyrockets. It's crazy. I should let them know they're doing well. I worry that that may come off as patronizing. Mainly because I just probably couldn't help myself from making it sound that way. I feel like I've reached my social limit with E-Blinky. E-Blinky's gonna have to figure out the rest on their own. They've pushed my socializing limit. I had to type several coherent sentences. So, yeah, that might be it for me. I don't like giving people feedback in the game. I know some people enjoy it because they feel like, oh, I'm helping. I don't like having to give people feedback in the game. And I only do it when someone is doing something grievously wrong. It takes something to the level of not using your pet at all to get me to speak up and try to correct somebody's gameplay. Because it's not something that I enjoy. I hate telling people how to play the game. And that's the other side. Most people don't appreciate help like that. Yeah, a lot of people will misinterpret that kind of help. It might need to be done, but I think like it doesn't have to be me that does it. In this case, it was directly affecting me. Like not using the pet was really bad. So I said something, but you know, usually I just keep my mouth shut. I hope we don't have a mallet in this group. We don't need a mallet. We just need to kill this boss. Maybe we can clear the other side a little bit for the Hydromancer, but I don't know how much longer I want to stick it out with this group.
These deserts be mine. The Sand Fury reigns supreme. Feel the fury of the sand.
And he dropped the big bad pauldrons. Maybe one of the pallies needs them. Alright, let's see what they do. Like, I don't mind going over there and clearing a little bit, but I would almost rather just go grind on my own. Because I feel like I've been doing a lot of the DPS, and I haven't exactly been getting more XP for it. Yeah, it looks like we're done. I'm gonna wait the 5 seconds, and I am gonna hearth back to Gadgetstone. And I'm gonna bio, and then we're gonna find somewhere to see if we can grind out level 50. Alright, so where do we want to go? What do we want to do? I wouldn't have minded doing another run, but not with that group. I think if we're going to go solo stuff, we can go down to the Ogre place. The Ogre compound was a pretty good solo area. And even the Thistle Shrub area was pretty decent. It wasn't too overfarmed. But let's see. Let's go down into this area here. I might just fight stuff on the way. Not level 40 stuff. Let's get a bit further south and we'll just start fighting whatever we can that's a bit higher level. I wonder if we'd be able to fight through Ungoro to at least get the flight point. Or if all the stuff down here would be like too high of a level for us. Probably too soon. Probably too soon to worry about that. Save Ungoro for later. Any Guild Wars episodes coming soon? Not really soon, but I am going to go back to it eventually. Although I think when I go back to it, I'm going to try the Night Rain campaign, or the Nightfall campaign, rather. So people have recommended that it's kind of a better new player experience. And I kind of got sick of pre-Searing Ascalon pretty quickly. I'm going to go back to it eventually, but right now I'm all hands on deck for TBC, and obviously I've been streaming every day. It's hard to stream for 5 or 6 hours a day and also record stuff. I wish I had more time. Amy, thanks for letting me know. We gotta replace the charging cable for the car. We have 2 cables in there and neither of them work. I think it's fair to like throw them out and just get a new one. I'm pacing well to be 60 before TBC. How do I feel about the timeline? I feel like there's no way I'm gonna do 60 in vanilla. I'm gonna get to 58 and I'm gonna park the character at 58. Getting 58 to 60 in vanilla era takes like 20 hours. Getting 58 to 60 in Hellfire Peninsula takes like an hour and a half. So I'm gonna get to 58, I'm gonna park it. And I feel like, you know, I'm not going to get to 58 prior to pre-patch, and that was kind of what I wanted. I wanted to get to 58 prior to pre-patch, and then I wanted to, you know, use pre-patch to level up something, but yeah. Now I'm just gonna play this until it hits 58, I guess. Park it at the Dark Portal. And Prophecies is way better for new players. I mean, listen, I don't not believe you, but I get different people telling me different things, you know? Ultimately, it doesn't really matter. I'll check out some things, and whatever sticks, whatever I happen to like more, I'll just stick with that. If I try Nightfall and I don't like it, I'll go back to Prophecies. Like, it doesn't matter. We'll see. Yeah, if I'm not having a good time, I can't stay with it, so we'll see. Guild Wars is a very specific kind of game, and I wouldn't even really call it an MMORPG. I would call it an online multiplayer RPG. It reminds me more of like almost like Neverwinter Nights than it does like an MMO. There's things I like about it, and then there's things that I can't stand about it. Like simple stuff like not being able to jump off hills, not being able to climb up hills. Like that kind of stuff kind of drives me crazy in an open world game. And that's just kind of like, that's baked into the experience, so. Yeah, I'm sure there's a mechanical reason why every single charger that we have that's an off-brand charger mysteriously dies. It's almost like the iPhones kill any charger that's not an official Apple charger. It's really weird how that happens. I wonder why that would be the case. Yeah, I would say like off-market chargers are probably a waste of money, because eventually they're just going to be dead. All right, if we're gonna grind, then we gotta turn on our grinding music. There we go. A normal server means not PvP. Yeah. A normal server is just a PvE server. Where you won't be flagged unless you flag yourself or you attack a guard or something. Although sleeping is a perfectly valid use of your time. If I'm not here, and I'm not driving the car to pick up my son, or driving the car to drop off my son, then all I want to do is sleep too. So I know how you feel. But when I do just want to sleep, I just try not to feel guilty about it. But then again, I'm basically a professional napper. I can take a nap whenever I want. And yeah, the trick is just not to feel guilty about it. It's as valid a use of time as doing anything else. Yeah, the way I see it, if my brain and my body are telling me that I need rest, then if I have the time to rest, I just try to listen. Like if it's 4:30 in the afternoon and my brain and my body and my eyes, and they're like, you're done, you need to go close your eyes. Like, I'll just go close my eyes. And if I fall asleep, great. And if I don't, then I just lay there and I rest. Why fight it? why feel guilty about it? It's hard to keep up with walks when it's wintertime. Like at 3 seasons, for 3 seasons, I will walk basically every day because I like to take my little dog for walks. But once we get into winter, once we get into winter, I give up. My little dog is too cold. He is not a winter dog, and I don't really think I'm a winter person. So once there's snow and ice, the walking stops. And I've had to make myself not feel guilty about that either. But you know, once we're back into reasonable temperatures, I typically will walk every day. What's the bandage level after Rune Cloth? I think we go Rune Cloth, Heavy Rune Cloth, and then we go into Netherweave. Netherweave is what we'll be getting out in Outlands. And in Outland, there's only the one type of cloth. It's all Netherweave. Aleo, thanks for being here and for hanging out with us. I appreciate it. Favorite TBC zones? Eversong Woods. Favorite Outland zones, all of them except for the purple one. Every zone in Outland is good. I don't really like the Netherstorm area. Because it's purple and there's just like, it's purple rock. And I don't think there's a lot more to it than purple rocks. And you don't spend a lot of time there because you can only go there really after you have a flying mount anyway. Yeah, I mean, the way I see it, no matter what they do with the remake, I mean, I hope they do the remake and they do it well. It'll never be as good or feel as good as the original Eversong was. And mainly just because the game is so different. Even if they do a really great job on the zone, it's not going to feel as good. It's just the way retail is. Nothing feels as realized, because everything kind of just feels like a place. It feels like a game level, you know, everything feels like a game level. Whereas classic zone design, it felt more like a world. Whatever they do with the remake, it's gonna feel like a video game level. It's not gonna feel like a place where people live. But I hope they do it well. I may or may not ever see it. And the other thing to keep in mind is, like, when they say that they're remaking that area, they're not touching the intro zone for the Blood Elves. They're remaking that area in the context of the role it fills in Midnight. Like, so they're not they're like making a new. It's basically like they're making a new zone. They're making the zone, but they're making it for Midnight. It's not like they're redoing the Blood Elf starting area, you know what I mean? It's not like they're recrafting like Eversong Woods and Ghostlands to be like a new Blood Elf leveling experience. The only time you're ever going to see that content in the game is when you play through whatever its role is in the Midnight expansion. So once the Midnight expansion is over, once it's history, odds are no one ever sees that zone again, whatever they do with the remake. Because yeah, from my understanding, they are not redoing the like base Blood Elf starting zone campaign. If you do the base Blood Elf starting zone, it's going to be the old Eversong Woods. So it's like, what's the point? It's just going to be one of another set pieces that is played through in the expansion and then is completely forgotten about for the rest of time. It's not going to be anything that's evergreen content. So even if it's really good for what it is, it's only ever going to live in the moment that Midnight lives. And as soon as Midnight is old news, which it will be old news in like a year and a half, then no one will care anymore. And even fewer people will ever see whatever that zone becomes. So yeah, I just have zero interest in it. I just see it as a waste. I just see it all as a waste. You know, when they craft all these zones, every expansion they craft all these new zones. And every expansion they just get flushed down the toilet. I just don't see the point of it. It seems like a lot of wasted work. It's a lot of work to create zones that people are just gonna fly through for a couple of months and then never go back to again, never care about again, never think about again. It just seems kind of futile to me. I don't like it. Because when I think about video games, I think about people creating art. And it sucks to think that a bunch of people get together and they make art, and then we just chuck the art in the bin. Once the expansion's over, we just chuck all the art in the bin. And after that, nobody really cares about ever seeing it again. And then so it feels pointless. And therefore, when I play it, everything I do while playing it feels pointless. Because the whole experience is just vacuous. It's like the experience of just scrolling on your phone, basically, you know? Leveling in retail zones and playing retail content is like scrolling on your phone. You scroll, you scroll, you scroll, you read some shit, and then eventually you put the phone down and you're like, well, what was I doing? And then you forget about all the shit you just read. It's like it fills your time, and it's pretty enough, but ultimately it's just vacuous. It's vacuous and temporary. I just don't care about any of it anymore. Yeah, maybe in 10 more years they'll fix the old world. Maybe that's what'll make me care, I don't know. Maybe if they redesign Azeroth and they actually do a good job of it this time, maybe then I would actually care, but I don't know if that's true or not. I really want to get level 50, but guys, I don't know if it's going to happen today. Whew. I don't know if I have it in me. I have no coffee. I'm running out of water. I haven't had a proper lunch. I had a bunch of snacks. I had a piece of bread with peanut butter on it, and I had 2 hard-boiled eggs since 10 o'clock this morning. And I just don't know if I have 2.5 more bubbles left in me. Do a CF to ding. I'm saying that I don't know if I can grind out the last 2 bubbles and you want me to do a dungeon that's going to take me at least an hour to do. Well, that's rude. By the time I get a ZF group and like get the run going and complete the run, I'll have been able to ground it out, you know. It's a matter of can I keep sitting at my computer for the next 30 minutes to do this? I don't know if I can. Maybe we just come back and we get it tomorrow. Do I play retail? No, not right now, I don't. No. I got sick of trying to find the pieces of Warcraft that I like in retail. I got sick of feeling like I had to do like intellectual work and physical work to find the pieces of the game that felt like Warcraft and that I enjoyed. Like, because those parts were there. There were small slices of content that felt good, but it was surrounded and ensconced in so much garbage. And I just got sick of... I get sick of wading through the garbage to find the bits of Warcraft that I like. You know, there's Warcraft in there, but somebody threw up all over it. And I don't want to dig through the vomit just to find it all the time. I don't always have that kind of energy. Like, we did the Undermine stuff. I thought Undermine was a really well done zone. It made me not hate goblins for the first time in my life. We did Koresh. I thought the side content in Koresh was good. Like, basically anything that doesn't involve Xalatath anything that doesn't involve any of the main characters of the current game, all that stuff is good. Any piece of content that involves any of the main characters of the game, I hate it. I don't like any of the characters anymore. All of the characters are garbage. I don't care about Xalatath and her feet. I don't care about Illyria and her like weird issues. I don't care about Thrall anymore. I don't care about Jaina. I don't care about Anduin. I don't care about any of these characters anymore. They've been mistreated for too long. And I've had so much apathy for so long. The side content is often good. Like the Undermine stuff was good, the Caress stuff was good, like on its own. Mythic Plus can be fun, but it's like there's small pieces of the game that I enjoy, and it's surrounded by so much crap that I hate. And I get sick of just ignoring the crap that I hate. And I get sick of digging through it all to find the bits of content that I'm actually going to enjoy. I shouldn't have to do that kind of work just to enjoy a game. And if the game were being made for me, I wouldn't have to. So what I always come back to is that like Warcraft Retail is not a game that's made for me anymore. Warcraft Retail is not a game that's made for someone who's played Warcraft since they were 20 and who is now 41 years old. Like, the modern WoW is not made for people like me. There are bits and pieces of the game that I love in there, but it's just not the game anymore. No, I'm not gonna jump on Midnight. No, there may come a time when I play it, but I don't even own it. How can I justify spending $90 on it? Like I just find the $90 just even hard to justify at this point. With how little I liked the War Within base game, I thought the base campaign was garbage. And so like I don't know, I can't see myself spending the money on it, but I also can't see myself spending the time on it. I just don't. Everything I see about it, I'm just not interested in any of it. There's not a single character or story arc or plot twist or anything that I care about at all. And like, you know, the art's gonna be pretty, the dungeons are gonna be well designed, like Mythic Plus might be fun. There are these aspects of it that I'm sure will be good, but there just isn't a whole game. There isn't a whole game to enjoy. And I think I'd be better served by spending my time somewhere else. And I think like after the World Soul Saga ends, and like once all these stories conclude that I don't care about, once all that stuff wraps up, and like if they want to start a new story after Last Titan, and if they want to use some different characters, or God forbid have some original characters with some decent writing, and then maybe I'll come back after Last Titan and enjoy my time. I just am not. When you sell a story as a trilogy, if you don't hook me in the first part of the trilogy, I'm gonna disconnect for the rest of it. And that's where the idea of the World Soul Saga really falls apart. Is if you sell me something as a trilogy, and I don't like the first installment, I'm much less likely to try subsequent installments. Whereas in a world where every expansion was kind of its own thing, if I don't like Shadowlands, it doesn't mean I'm not gonna like Dragonflight. If I don't like Dragonflight, then I can delude myself into thinking I might like War Within. But when you tell me it's part of a trilogy and I don't like the first part of it, I lose the incentive to try the second part. I lose the incentive to try the third part because I already bounced off part one. And so that's where it kind of falls down. And so, like, I think my best entry point is going to be after the last Titan. Once all that stuff is done, and maybe we start some new plot threads that I'll have some kind of interest in. Maybe we'll go to locations that I care about. Maybe we'll be on Azeroth in zones that I care about and I'm familiar with. Maybe we won't. I don't know. Yeah, when the game is being cranked out by handfuls of corporate employees that really can't be bothered to give a damn, like, you're gonna keep seeing the same product. You're gonna keep getting offered the same product. There's not gonna be any big shift in creative vision. They're gonna keep cranking out the same thing. And I would rather go spend my time playing a different video game. Playing something original. Playing something where the developers, they just had a game they wanted to make, and so they had this vision, and so they made a video game. Like, I would rather go play a game like that. You can go play Expedition 33. I've been playing a ton of Hades 2. There's a lot of amazing games out there. Or the developer just simply has a vision for a game, and they make the vision for the game. And they don't devise ways to get people to log in every day. And they don't devise ways to get you on a treadmill where you're stuck playing forever. And they don't devise ways to get you to part with your real life money for shit that you feel like you need in the game. Like, the game is designed from the standpoint of let's make a work of art, and not from a standpoint of let's make an economic model to make money. And that's what Retail WoW is. Let's make a model of money making that gets players into the game and doesn't let them go, while maximizing our profits at every turn. And you can have a great game in there somewhere. You can have what I find. I find that there are very good parts of the game. There are parts of the game that seem inspired. There are parts of the game that are good. But it's wrapped in this other stuff. It's like you have a tortilla made out of dog shit, and inside the dog shit tortilla is bacon. The bacon's really good and it smells good, but it's all wrapped in dog shit. And so I'm not going to eat the dog shit to get the bacon, and I don't really want to handle the dog shit to get the bacon. I want to avoid the dog shit omelet. And maybe one day when you can make me an egg omelet with bacon in the middle of it, maybe I'll eat that. Maybe they'll do a time skip. It's like, you know, they could do a time skip. I would rather see Azeroth crack open like an egg. Everybody on the planet dies. And then the Infinite and Bronze Dragonflights come together and they're like, well, that's not good. And then they take everybody and they put us into a different timeline. Put us into a timeline where the Titans aren't around anymore. And I can see them doing like a parallel timeline. But I don't know if a time skip is going to help. If Azeroth cracks open like an egg and we all slide off into the vacuum, that'd be the best scenario. A big narrative reset. The planet cracks open, everybody dies. That's it. Game over. Azeroth is born, she joins the Pantheon, the Titans go off into the sunset in their perfect timeline, and they continue ordering the Great Dark Beyond. Meanwhile, we're all dead, Thrall's dead, Anduin's dead, every single character we've ever met is dead. And now we get a reset. We go to a different timeline where none of these people exist, where we don't know everything about everything. We go to a timeline where the onion hasn't been peeled back so many times, and we don't know the lore, we don't know what's happening, we have to discover things organically. That would be nice. That would also take creative vision. It would take inspiration. It would take good writers. It would take good story developers. It would take a team of well-qualified, very artistic, passionate people. And I don't know if hundreds of corporate cogs are gonna be able to fill that gap. I don't think it matters how many people you hire. If you don't have the right people working on the right project at the right time in their lives, you're not gonna have art. You're gonna have a poo omelet with some bacon bits inside of it. Yep, that's it. Rant over. I am going to grind until my Hearthstone is off cooldown, and then we'll see where we're at. We will see where we're at in 11 minutes. We have 2 bubbles. I don't think I'm going to get 2 bubbles in 11 minutes. It seems very unlikely. But we might be close. Maybe not now that we have another couple of players here carving through the area. That's not going to help us get where we need to be. The population here seems to have picked up. You will see Illidan again, because Illidan's going to have to be in the last Titan at some point. Remember, Illidan flew away on a spaceship, and inside of that spaceship was Sargeras and all the members of the Titan Pantheon. And then they just flew away into the Great Dark Beyond, and we never heard from them again, and that was the end of Legion. And then we had BFA, didn't hear from them. We had Shadowlands, didn't hear from them. We had Dragonflight, didn't hear from them. We had War Within, didn't hear from them. We have Midnight, not going to hear from them. And then finally, we're going to have to deal with the fact that the Titans and Sargeras and Illidan flew off in a spaceship. And what I would like to see happen is I would like Illidan and Sargeras to come back, and they should be best buddies. And Illidan should be like, yeah, it turns out, guys, that the Titans are a pack of dicks. And now the Titans are the bad guys. And then we team up with Illidan and Sargeras, and we murder the Titan Pantheon. And then we blow up Azeroth, and then the Infinite Dragonflight and the Bronze Dragonflight send us all into a parallel timeline where we can live out our days happily without Titan influence. That's how it should happen. And if it does happen anything like that, you'll remember that you heard it here first. Oh, I could write for them in my sleep. The frightening part is, aside from maybe like a handful of members of their team, I probably have more writing ability and better ideas than most of the people that work for Blizzard. But what I don't have is a corporate gaming degree from some stupid school, or the desire to work for a company like Blizzard. Even if they offered me a job, I would never take it. I would never want to work for them. That sounds like it would be horrible. Because then I wouldn't be able to come up with any of my own ideas. I would have to write whatever slop they told me to write. So it wouldn't solve anything. It would just be slightly better written slop, with less grammatical and punctuation errors in the quest text. That would be the only difference. You have to be way up their corporate ladder, I'm sure, to have any ideas that matter. A part of the reason why the game and the storytelling have fallen to shit over the past 20 years. What's so bad about Blizzard? I mean, nothing's bad about them. They're like every other corporation in America. Isn't that bad enough? I mean, just look at what happened to World of Warcraft over 20 years. Look at the piece of art that it once was, and then look at it what it is today. And so nothing's wrong with them except that they're just a corporation. Once you're just a corporation, it becomes really hard to make anything that approaches art. In games, for games to be good, they have to be art. You don't bring hundreds of artists together, have them work on a game for years, and then just turn it into some slop to make money. But that's what corporations have to do, because they have to make money for the shareholders. So unfortunately, just most things produced by a corporate entity are just not going to be as good as they could be if they were just made by passionate people who were trying to make something out of passion and vision. But nothing's bad about them any more than any other corp. It's just that the values of a corporation do not align with making good art. There's corporate values and artistic values, and there's no overlap. They don't mix well. You don't make good artwork when you're working from a corporate standpoint. It's impossible. You don't hire the right people when you're hiring corporate workers. It's just all wrong. That's it. This is why, like, the best games that come out today are indie games. The best games that come out anymore, like I'd say probably within the past 5 to 10 years, have all been indie games by small developers of artists, teams of artists, making something they're passionate about that they have a vision for. Not worrying about how to sell someone a season pass, you know? Like, just think about it that way. A corporation cannot make a good piece of art because it's a different goal. The goal of making money and the goal of making art, those are almost opposite goals. They don't align at all. And in fact, you can't make art to make money. It just isn't possible. But hey, I mean, what the hell do I know? I'm just a person sitting in a chair playing a video game all day. I don't know jack. We got close, guys. We got really close. We are one bubble and a third of a bubble, but we're not going to make it there today. My Hearthstone is off cooldown and I have to get up from my desk. Thank you all very much for hanging out with me today, especially sticking it out so late. I really appreciate you guys being here. Thank you so much for all of the support. We will likely be back tomorrow. I think we'll be back tomorrow, but we'll see. If we'll be back tomorrow, I would love to see you guys then. Until then, take care of yourselves out there in the real world and take care of each other. And we'll see you somewhere in Azeroth again very soon. Bye for now.